people watching later, due to future videos, I will have timestamps down in the description below for whichever build you're looking for. So, for those of you in the future anyway. For everyone here who's joining in the present, give me 2 seconds while I let everyone know that I'm streaming. It's going to take me a couple seconds. Hello, Mozart Pizza. Welcome to the party. If it looks weird, like I'm looking away from the camera, it's because camera's here, laptop's over here. I'm going to put it eventually on my phone, but I had to make sure I informed as many people as I could that I was doing a stream. So I will be starting the build process very soon. If the printers are too loud, let me know. I'll try to see what I can do. I'm hoping they're not too noisy. It's mostly my Mark III that's way noisier than my Mark II. Not my Mark II. My Mini. So hopefully it's not too noisy for you guys. And as per usual, I'm probably on a 20-second delay. Just because that seems to be the normal delay speed that I'm currently, or that I tend to deal with. It's usually about 20 seconds delay. Get everything set up to best I can. You know what? I really should try to do more of this ahead of time. So welcome everybody to the build stream. I'm hoping to make these a normal Friday event. We'll see how this one goes and go from there. Again, hopefully I'll be a little bit more prepared in the future. I'm happy though because I actually have 2 webcams set up so you can actually see the table, which is nice. Yeah. And so I'm just here building blasters that I'm going to be hopefully doing videos on next week is the plan, because the goal is to do filming on Sunday, do testing tomorrow, building Friday, testing on Saturday, video on Sunday, depending on how these go. Then yep, there I am on the auxiliary. I'm gonna guess that Homely already shared. Yep, Homely already shared to the Fuzzy Walrus Discord. Thank you, Homely. And just gotta throw that up in the one more thing, and then we can get going. Alright, that should be good. Alright, so shared it to everywhere that I need to. Let me get, I know there's a way to, no, that's not what I wanted. Okay, I'll just do it from here. And it'll be fine. Alright. Chat going. Alright. Hey Brian, how's it going? Alright. So, first thing I have planned to build. Ooh, that's on the. Oh, that's gonna be annoying. Okay. Alright. Is there a way to stream the. Let's hold my phone in the stream. That'll be fun. I know there's a way. You have to forgive me. I'm trying to remember how to put it onto my phone. I remember there's a way. If I can't get it, I'm just gonna what's the word I'm looking for? I'm just gonna go ahead and skip it if I can't remember. I ran across it once, and yes, I'm building a Meaker rocket. He's over there. The goal is to start with the FTEC and then go to the Meaker rocket from there. There is some gluing in the process of that. So while that's gluing, I'm going to move over to the Ultra or the Mega Ultra 2 and hopefully get all of them done tonight. I don't know how long it's going to take me, but that is the goal. All right. Modding goes well. Joe King, welcome to the stream. Yeah, I am completely forgetting where I can connect my phone to it. So we are going to skip that for now and ignore it. Okay. All right, let's do that. So I will be in and out of the stream as per usual. Well, not in and out of the stream. I'll be in and out of the chat. I gotta stop putting my phone there. So, anyways, shall we start with the FTEC? I'm going to be following along with the assembly guide. So, funny enough, I actually do have a couple of prints that I forgot to. I have a couple of prints that I forgot to do, so I'm actually printing them off right now for the FTEC, but they're all small prints. I think the last one I have to print is only about 40 minutes. I just gotta change filaments real quick out of it. And then I can get the last couple of parts that I need for the FTEC. So, like, I'm curious, is it the FTEC, is the pronunciation of the blaster FTEC, or is it supposed to be the FTEC? So I was like, I've heard the FTEC, but like, I don't know, I think FTEC sounds better, but that's just me. We're not very far in, Trip. Welcome to the stream. I'm just getting started, last minute setups. You know me, I can never be fully prepared for a stream. I always have to be looking at stuff at the last minute. So we're going to see how this goes. And I really want this to go well. Ooh, I'm almost out. All right. So, been printing Ultra shells lately for my Spring Thunder, which is now HPAified. That's going to get the temperature. First thing I'm going to end up needing. So, yeah, because I apparently need 2 of these bushings, which I forgot to do. I forgot to print off this piece, and I forgot to print off part of the stock. So, luckily, all very small prints, thankfully. Yeah, it's like I realized that when I started this, I'm like, you know what? I should check to make sure I have all the prints. And sure enough, I was missing 3. All right. Get my old filament out of there. One of my favorites. It's Azure Blue by Prushiment. Or Azure Blue Prushiment. It's a very nice blue that I love. I need to order more because I'm almost out. All right. Switching in for some Hatchbox Orange, which is, I believe, this is Hatchbox Orange. This is Prushiment Gold Happens. Not Prushiment. Filamentum Gold Happens. And I believe this is Hatchbox Black, I believe. So, just load this in real quick and then we can get going with the rest of the build process, because the parts that I still need to print aren't the first things that I need to do. They're really minor parts. Again, one part of the stock, one's part of the pump, and those are like the 2 last things that you do. that up. Sure, yeah. I finally got my Prussian Mini was under extruding for a while, so the prints were coming out quite horribly. Okay, I have not been watching my stream. There's so much chat. I apologize if I can't keep up with the chat. Unfortunately, my laptop's over here, camera's right here, printer's over here, so unfortunately I'm not looking at my chat the whole time, as per usual. That color's correct. Let me just load up the file, because I'm already on there. So, what I really need is a wheelie chair to slide back and forth. Oh, Trip, I love the Ultra Dart shells. They're so much fun. They're ridiculously fun, especially out of an HPA Spring Thunder. That I was having way too much fun with that. Alright, let's show this up here. Alright. There we go. Okay. Okay. Of course, always line up the flash drive wrong. I hate the placement of the where the flash drive goes on the Mini. It is such a pain to get to. Mostly because I have little space, but it's right where my filament is as well. So it's just quite annoying. All right. So about 12 minutes in, my word. I'm ready to get started. That is ridiculous. Alright, as I said, I'm going to be following along with his build guide. You know what? I think in the future, if there's video of build guides, I think I'll actually have another video on the screen so you guys can kind of follow along with the video as well. If there are video guides. Most of the time they're not. Actually, now that I think about it, I have an idea. I know. I'll save it for another stream when I can actually do this ahead of time. I should not try to change things while I'm still while I'm in the middle of a stream. And I'll find a good place for that. Alright, you know what? I'll put it right here under the camera. So, alright. We're going to get started with the FTEC. Got a couple of pieces that still are being printed, but they should be either done or almost done by the time we get to them. Oh yeah, you were extremely helpful for getting my Prussian Mini, because yeah, it ended up being the hot end was too low. Undoing those couple of screws and then raising it up worked out beautifully. So I believe the first thing we need is this piece. Oh no, I'm wrong. All right, so first. No, what am I doing? I'm an idiot. That is not what I need. Alright, so I technically... So I don't have any silicone sealant. That's the only thing I don't have. So I don't know how that's going to go. I am going to end up using Gorilla Glue, which is probably not the best. So I will state that I am probably already off to a bad start. But I do not have any silicone sealant. What bag are you using? Let's see. Right, so I need the plunger head screw. Alright, time to grab out some hardware. this one. All right. I love the fact that they're organized into baggies. That is so helpful. It's like Lego. Silver screw. I believe one of these. Okay. Oh, I almost forgot. For Christmas, my wife gave me a work apron so I can stop getting glue on my shirts, which I've actually ruined several shirts by getting glue on them because, you know, that's how it goes. So, she bought me this work apron so I don't have to worry about the glue situation. So, it's a little weird sitting down with it, but it'll save my clothes and keep all my tools in it. So there's that. Start with this. So we're starting, if I can keep it on screen, with the plunger bolt head, screwing it into place. You're supposed to use some silicone sealant, which I do not have because I never look ahead for what I need. So I did end up using just plain old Gorilla Glue, which I'm hoping will seal it enough. If not, I can always go back in and add some silicone sealant to it if that doesn't end up working. So we'll see how we go from there. Right. So again, I apologize if I'm not looking at the stream as I'm trying to follow instructions. So, alright, so then you can just set your plunger to a side, not plunger, your plunger rod to the side. Woo! Oh, that was so close. One of the little nuts. That was a close one. Fell into my apron pocket. Right, so we are done with that for now. Now we need the, I believe this thing. And then we need the pad, which is in here. Aha! So, pad next. Make sure I'm doing this right. Unfortunately, in the video, he's using all black parts, so it's a bit hard to see what video he has sometimes, or what part he has sometimes. Yeah. So keep that off screen, just off screen. You can go from there. Right. So this is gonna go here. So now he does also have instructions, so it's like I could actually use the written instructions, but I find that I prefer video instructions over written instructions. The same reason I did better when I had an actual teacher in school, as opposed to just having to read and whatnot. The woodpecker noise would probably be my Prussian Mark III S. So I apologize for the noise. Hopefully it's not too annoying. I gotta remember to keep stuff on here. I'm so used to brainstem close to my chest, but the whole point is showing what I'm doing. So really, it's like this video is more about my process with the building and how I handle the building process. So for people who come back later to see this, it's more about like somebody who hasn't built one before, if they're interested in watching that. So that's the whole idea behind this. So I need 2 red O-rings. Okay. All right. So we got red O-ring. Get in there. Yeah. This is the part in the video where he actually recommends a toothpick to get these down, which I can see why. Because these are I have already a feeling that these are going to be very annoying to fit into place, at least around the sides with the printed where the printed parts are. So just push that. So I have a small screwdriver. I have something. I might have to grab a screwdriver. Oh, not screwdriver. A toothpick myself. I've got it mostly around. It's this little section right here that's giving me trouble. Get in there. Get it. Yeah. Idea. I don't know if this is going to work, but it's worth a shot. Ooh. Do I know what I'm doing? Absolutely not. Which is why things go wrong. Yeah, honestly, yeah, I see where he's coming from. Get yourself some toothpicks to get these in, because this is ridiculously annoying. Like, it's not terrible, it's just like, I'm using these, but I'm making sure that these are shut before I use them, because I do not want to cut this O-ring by mistake. In there. Ah! Oh, I'm a genius. So I put the plunger tube on, and I twisted it, which moved the O-ring around, causing the section that wasn't lined up to be on the side. So as soon as I took the plunger tube off, it automatically lined itself up. Aha! I am an accidental genius. Right, so the top one should be a little bit easier, I hope. But now that I know that I can just do that. Honestly, I didn't even need to with this one. This one I was able to just slide right on. So it's really just the bottom one that's the annoying one. Yeah, like my about the woodpecker noise. Yeah, the Mark 3S definitely could use either lubricant or something. There's definitely a vibration problem I'm having, so that I need to look at in the future. But it's not an immediate problem, which is why I haven't dealt with it. Again, apologies for the noise. All right, so that one is good. Okay, good. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Oh, that's right. Now we've got to do. So we need 2 more little O-rings. Alright. This one's I remember. I did watch this video once before, very quickly, kind of perusing through it. This part... Oh, that is weird. So, there's 2 grooves on the inside here that you've got to line these up with. That is weird. I've never seen one set up like that before. So... probably not going to be able to see this very well, unfortunately, just because it's all inside this print. But, I mean, if you have your own... Okay, yeah, that wasn't too bad. At least the first one. Okay, so this one's got to go a little farther back, which I don't think my finger can quite reach, which is annoying. Wait a minute. Yeah, I think. Okay, this could be fun. So we're gonna try to squeeze this O-ring past that one without it going completely flat. How far back is it? It's so hard to see in here. Right, there it is. Okay. Yeah, I've got myself a little screwdriver here that I'm using. There we go. There we go. All right. That's actually not too bad. Not too bad at all. Okay. Alright, so we are done with this for now. Okay. Here's a 10. 8mm screws, which are 6mm, 12mm. Aha! 8mm, got him. Off the top of my head, I know it's above 200 depending on the spring. Off the top of my head, I can't quite remember. Push, twist, go. And then the screws. Okay. Okay, that's what I thought. Alright, so we're just pretty much setting in the plunger tube with screws. That's interesting. Screwdriver. And these screws do not want to go in straight for some reason, which is very annoying. So I apologize if my hand is covering part of it. Let's get this started. Butterfingers. Okay, you can kind of see. Again, trying to make sure I'm looking at the chat at least a little bit. It'll be easier once I'm doing the Meaker, because I kind of have an idea of already how it's done, because I built a Meaker knockout before, so I don't imagine it's too much more difficult than what I've already done. Alright, so plunger is assembled. Alright, magwell. Alright, 10mm screws. Need 4. Just down the back of these holes. Okay, so I was right. I am upside down. Alright. I swear, if I don't lose something by the end of the stream, it'll be a miracle. Apologize if it's shaking at all. Yeah, that was the plunger tube having screws was a new one for me. I've not seen that done before. I mean, if it works, it works. It's just interesting, that's all. Right. So, if I'm looking at it correctly, which I want to make sure I am. Okay, so this should be, this hole should be opposite that hole. Like, I'm excited. Like, I love how the FTEC looks. I was a big fan of its shell. Like, honestly, I love the links. However, I think the shell is okay. I mean, the build is incredibly easy. It's by far one of the easiest blasters I've ever had to assemble. The only thing that might be easier for me would be a Caliburn, and that might only be because I've built Caliburns a lot. I built, I think, at least 10 Caliburns, not including variants. Okay. Alright, so now I need one of the pieces that I forgot. Now, he said you need to sand it smooth, but like, I don't know, all you can see is, but like, this came out pretty smooth, I think. The FTC, the FTEC is very small, and I am okay with it. We'll see. We'll see how well the stock is, because one of my complaints with the Lynx is it was a little bit too close to my body, and I have a feeling this is going to be similar. However, this one, depending on the prime, might be more of a pump action one where you don't shoulder it as much, but we'll see. I tend to shoulder my springers. I mean, it seems pretty smooth. I don't think I need to. My mini's been pretty good, so. Skip the sanding portion. Alright. So bag number 6. Now, he says the lighter spring, but I have no idea what the difference between the lighter spring and the heavy spring is. Okay, so, okay, yeah. Once you have them all out, it's quite easy to figure out which one's the light ones, which one's the heavy ones. Okay. I just want to make sure I got that, because I remember watching that in the video before. I was like, okay, well, these all look the same in the bag, but they're not. And it's actually quite easy to tell. A little bit of lubricant. A little bit. It's not where I was meant to put the lubricant. It's because he does it off camera. Alright. Alright. I'm trying to... Okay. Okay. I see. Okay. Oh no, I'm still waiting on a BFG. That's what I'm waiting on. Not... Nerf needs more rockets. Very nice. Alright. So that works quite nicely. Okay, so this goes... Oh, okay, I see how that lines up now. Alright, so another 10. So this slides on top, just like that. So, like I said, the only thing downside is like, if you prefer video, his video has been pretty good. My only complaint is that the pieces he's using are black. So sometimes orientation is hard to tell. So I'm hopeful that with these orange pieces that it's a little bit easier to see what I'm doing. I'm hoping. 10mm screw, by the way, in case I forgot to say. Yeah, sorry if this is off camera. I'm trying to brace it. There we go. Okay, so that screws in the back here. Funny enough, I have a blaster somewhere. It's not an altimeter. It's a it's something similar to the Mattel's Ultimaker, If that's the blaster name that I'm remembering correctly, where it's a crank system. I want to put absolvers on the end of that because I know it'll be ridiculous and absolutely hilarious. Okay. Alright, so now he wants me to test it with the... Oh, okay. It's funny how I've got all these parts and I'm slowly like, what is this for? What is this for? And as I build it, I'm like, I figured it out. Oh, that's not bad. So basically, take your mag release here, stick it in the slot, and just make sure it goes back. Okay, cool. Okay, so that's functional. Yeah, the one blue piece right there. All right, trigger ramps. And 4 10mm screws. And so as I build it, I feel like I'm getting better at it. So hopefully I make less mistakes as we go on. Orientation. What orientation are these? I wasn't paying attention to the video. Hold on. Because like as immediately as soon as he says um, the screws and he jumps into it, like immediately goes into high speed. So I can't see what orientation they are. Okay, hold on. Okay. So they go, okay. So I was right. It is this way. Okay. No, wait a minute. I think. I have to give me a second. I'm trying to wait to the part where he shows me the trigger. Okay. That is what I needed. Thank you. Alright. They go. That. Alright. They go this way. Alright. It's like, because orientation is somewhat important on this. Again, this is probably where having written instructions would be better, which he does have. I have not looked at them because I know I personally prefer video instructions, as I've said. But the written instructions would help solve issues like that I'm having. It's just my brain doesn't like to focus on the written side. Somebody say Sobek? I am eagerly, anxiously awaiting for the Sobek to be... I am going to use a different screwdriver because that's just ridiculously big for right now. Because these are not going to go in straight, which is really annoying me. As soon as Sobek files and hardware are released, I will 100% be getting myself a Sobek because it is so cool. It's even bigger than the Spring Thunder, which was already huge. Outstripping up the screw because I feel like that's what I'm doing, which I don't like. Some of the downside about 3D printed parts, it's like, I mean, the screw can dig into the filament, which is nice, but at the same time, it's just like, it doesn't go in straight. It's annoying me. Okay, so it's one. See why he fast forwarded this part. It's so tedious. It was funny. When my friend Will was telling me, he said, when I told him I was going to be building one of these, he's like, oh, good luck. There's a million screws in this thing. I mean, so far it hasn't been too bad. Like, I still feel like the Talon U Bullpup had more. It's just they're all kind of on the outside, so it's a little bit different. These are all on the inside. It doesn't seem so bad, but I get what he was saying. It is a lot more, definitely more screws than the Lynx. The Lynx is, again, to reiterate, the Lynx is one of the easiest 3D printed builds to do. Like, honestly, if you were going to pick a first Springer build, a Lynx would probably be a good one. Very clear instructions. Good video. Good video instructions, actually. I really enjoyed his video that he had for instructions. Alright, this part. I have to screw this one and screw it back in because I am... strip this out and it's going to drive me crazy. I'm going to slowly lose my mind. But again, I get why the screws are annoying. Mostly, I just don't want to put too much pressure on the actual bars. Like they're not like weak prints, but like if you bend them, like they still flex. I mean, this way. Screwdriver looks any better. Yeah, it's better. It's a better fit. These tiny screws, I like to have a smaller screwdriver. And it's just this one. All the other ones weren't that bad. This one's just being feisty. Whew! Hey, June. How you doing? Welcome to the chat. I just looked over. There she is. Alright. Okay, so now that we have the trigger, I can move on to the next step. Cool. So, like that. Alright. Wait a minute. Oh, this way. So, like this. Alright. And this is the one part where, again, is another one where I didn't know what he was referring to. Oh! Wait, no. I get it now. I get it now. Okay. So you're going to slide this through here. Basically, it only goes in one way, essentially, because it needs to go all the way up here. There's a little hole here. There's a larger hole here. That holds it in place, essentially. Which I believe is another 10mm screw. Yep, 10mm. It's a little bit more awkward. You have to press on the mag release, hold it into the grip. So apologies for the black pieces, but hopefully the fact that the mag release is gold helps. A little looser because you don't want it to... Basically, you want to be able to... You don't want it to affect your grip, although it's not a problem for me because screws right here. My hand stops right there. But you would want it more flush with the grip so it doesn't rub into your hand. But you also want it loose enough to where it still slides back and forth freely. Slide versus pivot trigger. I think I like slide triggers better than pivot triggers personally. It's just one of those personal preference things. Alright, so basically you want to line this up there. Okay. So I think I got to loosen it just a little bit because it's still getting caught a little. Maybe a little bit of lube where the screw is too might help. Because you don't want it to get stuck essentially. There we go. That should be good. And that doesn't really... There we go. Okay. So that should be good. I mean, it's not like I dislike one over the other as far as like pivot versus slide triggers. It's just I had to think for myself and be like, which one do I prefer? I like the back and forth motion much more than the wobbling motion. I just find it to be a little bit more comfortable. It's not a... I mean, it's not something that I even really consider... Not that it's not important, but like... it has no effect on me, on whether or not. There we go. Okay. All right. So now we need 6 10mm screws. All right. Let's get some more of these 10 mils. Oh, first one's probably going to be the most annoying because like you can't rest it easily on the table because the top section is not flat. I really would prefer that you go in straight. I would really prefer that. I really would. Yeah. But hey, I've actually got a decent crowd in here today, so that's nice. Thank you all for joining me. So hoping I can do this weekly with whatever build I'm working on at the time. I'm hoping to next week. We'll see. Build the Foam Knight XC next week, depending on whether or not the hardware gets to me. So again, like the goal is build during a live stream on Friday, test the blasters on Saturday, run them through their paces, and then on Sunday is when I do all my filming. So that's the goal. Has been working out pretty well. I've been uploading. I've been having at least one video every week since September. I'd love to get to a 2-a-week schedule. I know I didn't have that the past couple of weeks where I only had one video. That was mostly because I went on vacation, and then I think when I was supposed to edit this past Tuesday, I just did not feel like editing. I have a video filmed and ready to go. Well, not ready to go. I have a video filmed, but I need to edit it, and I just did not feel like editing on Tuesday because I usually, if I do have a video, it's on Mondays and Wednesdays, and then streaming on Friday. I mean, that would be 3, which would be wonderful. Yeah, I'm excited for the XC. When I'm done, after I'm done with the FTEC, I'll show you guys the shell that I have so far. I've got the main body, well, not the main body. I've got the upper body completely printed, and I'm really excited for it to see how it turns out. 2 more. Yeah, the screwing portion, it definitely adds time to your build, having all these screws, and it's gonna be a pain if I ever have to repair something on the inside. Like that's the main downside with screws. It's like, yeah, it probably makes things a lot easier design wise, but like getting this thing back apart, if you have to fix something, like you're not gonna, if you have the FTEC on the field and something goes wrong, that's gonna be an at-home project. That is not an on-the-field fix, just because of all these screws. So like it's I love the shell. It's just this is not an easy fix blaster. Oh, slide for flywheelers, absolutely. No, see the thing is for flywheelers, it's not necessarily about. Wait, are there any? Are there pivot triggers like caliber and style for a flywheeler? Unless you're talking about like the difference between an arm pusher for a flywheeler or a. Oh, that's a very small trigger pull. Wow. It's like literally the trigger goes from. Unless I did. Nope, I did that right. The trigger literally goes from here to here. It's an extremely small trigger pull. I did not realize that was such a small trigger pull. Wow. Unless I've done something horribly wrong, but I'm pretty sure I did this right. Oh yeah, I can imagine prototyping be frustrating, especially with all these, especially with screws. I am excited to see more from your blaster though. Like I definitely want to get my hands on one when it's ready. So next, I believe, is 2 more of the weaker springs. He's still... I paused the video in mid-screw. I believe what we're doing is this. Yeah, that was right. Lighter spring. Alright, so they're not too difficult to slot into place. You just kind of squish them into place. Oh, that's nice. I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah, but isn't the Viper still... No, I take that back. I've never used a Viper, so I have no idea. I cannot comment on the Viper. Ah, dang it. I forgot. I printed the trigger in gold. I think I'm going to stick with orange for now, just so I don't have to take it out. I think it'll be fine. Oh, yep. Nope, totally had a gold. Totally had a gold trigger. Oh, man. I forgot I printed 2 of these. So we're going to stick with orange for now, because I don't feel like unscrewing all these screws. Oh, man. That sounds annoying. Oh. Alright. Now we're moving on to the catch. What way do you have this oriented? Ah! Stinking black pieces you can't see. Swear those. Which way do you go? I might have to actually look up the written instructions because I cannot tell. As far as triggers being blocky, I mean, I'm assuming it's more for strength because they're printed out of filament. I know they don't take a lot of weight, but just enough to where they could if you're pulling really hard on the trigger. That's my guess anyway. I am not a blaster designer. Dang it, there goes my... Oh. I'm not a blaster designer, so I don't know. But I would assume it is in... It is just mostly because of strength. This is a pretty thick trigger, like if you can see that. As a rather beefy trigger. But I'm okay with that. Doesn't bother me at all. Alright, I give in. I'm pulling up the written instructions specifically so I can see the orientation of this part. Wait, no, did we have? Oh, I think I missed... Ooh, I think I misunderstood the instructions. Not written instructions. Dang it! I can't tell which way this is oriented. Oh, sweet. See? Parts are done. I knew I'd... Oh, sweet. Okay. I just gotta hold this very close to my face and I might be able to see. So I need to... So I know I need this. Okay. 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 I got it. My word. Oh, my word. That took me way too long to figure out. Okay. Okay. So, that way. Grab some glue. I know what I'm doing. Okay. So in case you're wondering, because I couldn't figure it out, as long as I didn't make an absolute mistake, which if that's the case, I'll say that later, goes to the ledge facing down, so you got the ramp on the front here. From what I can tell from the video, that is what it was. If I'm wrong, we'll find that out later. Alright. Alright, another light spring. So I'm going to use this with 2 hefty springs. Yeah, that just slots in there. Works nicely. Very good. Willed it? Oh. I should look at my camera. Well, the only thing I've heard from Will is that there's 1,000,000 screws in this thing, and so far he's not wrong. Cartridge ejecting your head. Oof. You're talking to the wrong person. I know nothing about real steel. I fired them a couple activities as a kid, but I know nothing. And guess what? More 10mm screws. Yeah, you want... I know a decent amount about Nerf. I know close to nothing about real steel. Anything I've learned has just been from my friends. Like, I know the difference between birdshot and buckshot, but that's about it. Okay, so that screwdriver is not going to work in this hole. Okay, good to know. If we're trying this process, I should definitely be... Hey, Seayard. Or I'm going to guess that's Quinn. Oh, nice trip. Nice. I love the little, it's like a little tune I'm singing in my head now. That's actually pretty funny. I did that right? Yeah. Yeah. That's right. Second guessing myself. Well, welcome to the stream, Quinn. Glad to have you. Ed, please don't strip the screw. Please don't strip the screw. Yeah, the holes in this piece are not big enough for my normal screwdriver. You should, though. Because this screwdriver does a lot better with these screws than that little one. I mean, really, I wouldn't worry about the shell until you got the mechanics figured out and then build the shell around that. Like, that's the thing. Like, instead of trying to cram internals to fit into a shell, you really want to start with the internals of what you want it to do. Because if you want it to be a cartridge ejecting, I believe you said, so I'm going to... so if that's what you're wanting to do, figure out how you want it to fire, how you want it to load, and how you want it to eject. And then if there's a real steel gun that already does that, start with that design. Like, I know the Spring Thunder, I mean, the Spring Thunder does not look like a real shotgun. It really doesn't. But the internals and the way it's designed, very much like how a shotgun works for the shell loading and shell ejecting portions. Like, that's all based off of real steel designs. trip with the puns. Alright, so we've got this screwed in. Now I need the pusher bolt, this piece. Alright, now I need the O-rings. I need the small black one, he says. Oh, that is a different kind of O-ring. Okay, I'm not used to that. This is not the normal style O-ring. I'm not sure if you can tell that. It's like got a little groove in it and everything. That's... Oh, is that supposed to... Oh! Interesting. I am learning so much from this blaster. Okay, that's neat. Oof. 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 Is that supposed to work like that? Okay, now I can't get it out. You assume we have a problem. Oh, fly point shells. I've got one of those around here. Oh. Right here. Alright. Fly point shell. Fly point shell. Literally fits inside one of those squares. Oh, here. We'll grab a Spring Thunder shell for comparison. Spring Thunder shell. Spring Thunder shell. Fly point shell. About a 17 millimeter, 17.5 millimeter diameter. Okay, so I have done a goof. Oh, I cannot get that out. Okay. I really hope I don't break this part getting it out. Or hurt myself. That would also be preferable for me not to do. Oh my word. That is really in there. Wow. I swear, if I have to break this thing to get it out, I'm going to be very unhappy. Oh my word. Oh. Seriously? How? That is... Did I wedge it in too far? Oh, my word. Alright, folks. We've got a problem. Oh, boy. Yeah, it might be. It's a little bit different. It's not used to the O-rings. Trip. The reason not to use a blaster and shell, a mag and shell that's already in existence, mostly has to do with copyright. With Harrison having the copyright for it, he wouldn't be able to legally sell or own the design. So in order to sell his own, he'd have to get permission from Harrison for those specific designs. That is one of the main reasons to do that. Okay, so I'm going to have to do something a little risky, because that is not coming out. Oh, time to get a hammer. You know, I wish I knew where I have a rubber mallet around here somewhere, which would be much better than what I'm about to do. This is a terrible decision, but I cannot get it out. So, making terrible life choices live on camera. Welcome to the show. Wow. Wow, that's just not going anywhere. Okay. Ah. Anybody got any ideas? Because that is very stuck. So be very careful when assembling this portion. Oh my word. Wow. Why is that not just coming out? I swear I'm gonna hurt myself. And I really don't want to. Especially not on camera. Wow. I'm being too gentle, maybe? The problem is I don't want to dig, because it's already digging into the part a little bit, and I really don't want to do that. But I don't have something... Oh, man. Well, it's not that it's... He designed it, therefore he owns... You know, the pilot. You'd have to look at specifically. I mean, there is a share alike, but here's the thing. Like, he can use it and then release it, so he can utilize the system. Oh, show closer. Okay, so this part right here is currently stuck inside here because I have an X ring, and I have no idea what it's stuck on. It's just stuck. Like, I'm not even sure if I can show exactly what's going on here. But, yeah. It's also a terrible decision. The reason I'm not showing it closer on camera is mostly because I don't want to show this horrible, this horribleness that I'm currently dealing with. Because hopefully, so pretty much when I was test fitting, I think I pushed it in a little too far, which I didn't think was a thing you could do. And now I am having trouble. So this is gonna be a fun stream. Oh my word! I don't know. I swear if I have to replace this part. Oh man. I don't know what's causing it to get stuck in the first place. Okay, so fun fact. Instead of pulling, I could have pushed it all the way through. So now I can remove the O-ring without taking it out. That is fascinating though. So is this not meant to come out once you have it in? Because it's not coming out the way I put it in. Like, at all. Oh, there they are. Ugh. And that is quite fascinating. I don't think I've damaged it. Ooh, I may have damaged it. Damn it, that sucks. Oh, man. That is unfortunate. Man. Okay. Oh. I got the O-ring off. That was a fun adventure, huh? Alright, so it's this piece right here. What is... That is interesting. So this comes in... Oh, excuse me. So this comes back and then moves forward and pushes all the way... I am curious on how far this is supposed to go. I'm genuinely curious. I am working on an FTEC that I may have just... No. I think I'm still good, because it's just the pusher. So it shouldn't... Is it just supposed to stop right there, and I push it in too far? That is fascinating. Now I know that if I want to get it out, I just got to push it all the way through. So, if you're like me, and you mess that part up, instead of trying to pull back like I was struggling with, just finish pushing it all the way through, and then you can pull off the O-ring from there. So I'm assuming it's supposed to stop. Man, that's still interesting. That's such a tight fit. That is definitely going to have to lubricate that one. Alright, so I think it's supposed to be more Let me double check what he was doing. Yeah, so I think his stops right when he was testing. It still feels like it's really hard to get in there. So right about. So I don't think it's supposed to be flush with that. I mean, we'll see. It's hard to tell from his video. So yeah, definitely be careful when putting that on, because that could cause problems future. Jeez, is there like I don't want to sand it out just in, no, because I don't think that's the issue. Man, that seems really weird. Why is that such a pain? That is really weird. Man, fascinating. Okay, now that we'll move on from that. Oh man. Now on to the. Alright, now I need the bars. Open these up finally. Woo! That was an unexpected surprise. Oh man, so how long have I been working on this? About an hour? Cool. Oh man. Maybe I should have started with the other ones. Oh man. Alright. Let's get these bars out. Maybe. These are very well wrapped. I'll give them that. Alright. Hey, we got them. They're free. Alright, so which ones do I need? Whew. These ones. Okay. You need these. And 4 10mm screws, which are right here. That is more than 4. Woo! That. Man, I'm still reeling from that one. And just, again, the fact that all I had to do was push it forward. That's still... That's going to be all I remember from this project. Pulling a push door, pretty much. My advice for anything shell ejecting, definitely look at what Harrison's done with both the fly point pistol, the spring thunder, and all that. Like, if you're going flywheels, check out the fly point pistol. If you're doing springers, check out what Harrison's doing with the spring thunder. Both mechanisms work rather well and could be adapted to use with a solenoid. At least that's my theory, or idea, thought process, whatever you want to call it. Eventually I'll get better at this. What I need to do eventually is get a better set to where I can see the chat in front of me. The biggest problem is that whole side look, but I'm cramped into this corner. My printers take up most of the space in here, but you know, that's what printers do. They take up space. Even the small ones. Just got these in. There's always one screw that wants to give me pops. I don't know what it is. In each part of these, there's always one. Okay. There we go. Okay. I'm like terrified to get it stuck now. Okay, jeez. I don't know why it has such an issue with going backwards, and that has me terrified every time. Okay, anyways, it's in. Now we're gonna see if I did this right. Okay. Yep. Yep. Alright, that catches. Oh yeah, these are all all the black ones are X-wings. That is fascinating. Oh, okay. Oh, that's easy. Okay. Wear lithium grease. I'm serious, like I've had this tube for like years, and I've yet to even come close to running out. So he in his video, you close the pusher in right there, put your finger over the hole for testing. So it looks like I do not have a good air seal here. So he recommends putting Teflon tape under it. And now I get to get all this gunk all over my hands. Yeah, I'm noticing, like, I've heard people recommend them before. Oh, my word. And it's now all over my hands. Fantastic. Yeah. This is why we wear an apron. Okay, pause that for a second so I can actually test this again. Put the X ring back on. Okay. I didn't mess this up. Well, it'd help if I opened this again. Which does open easier now, I think, since I lubricated it, which I almost feel like you should do before putting it in. I may have added too much Teflon. As you do. Sorry if I'm taking this off screen. A bit more, just since I lost a bunch. Yeah, if it's too much, I'll just have to take some off and go back to square one. Well, not square one. You get the idea. Come on. Oh, yeah. No, I've got too much on there. Dang it. So you guys are having a fun conversation? I am not going to be able to find the edge. Just Teflon tape. try a little less Teflon this time. And now just everything is a mess because white lithium grease is horribly messy. There we go. So instead of doing multiple wraps, we'll just stick with one wrap and go from there. See if I can fit it inside. Come on. Yeah, she was just good with one. It's so good with none. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I just act like I do. Oh yeah, no, I can I can believe that. This yeah, actually you were the one who told me that that might be a problem. I can imagine this stuff being a nightmare if you get it on your printer build plate. So yeah, don't worry. I will make sure to not get any of this on my build plate. Because that sounds like a horrible idea. Oh, jeez. Well, I just hope that that's good enough. Because I was not getting it to... Okay. Alright. So, what's next? Now that... that's going to be the one part that's going to come back to haunt me, is that plunger tube. Alright. Alright, so I've got a 16 kilogram spring here. So I went during my testing tomorrow. I'll see just exactly how hard it's hitting. Blame the lube. Right. Oh, this seems awful. Okay, so it's supposed to... Oh, okay. I got you. It's not as bad as I thought. Okay. Oh, that's... Oh! Okay, so like the plunger's only going to come back to here, so it doesn't need to go all the way back. That is interesting. Although I'm not sure if you guys can tell, but like this is like very similar to a Chronos catch system. That was the first thing I noticed when I was printing out the parts. That it's the catch is the same as a Chronos catch. This here is not going into place. Line it up. Okay, it just wasn't lined up. That's why. Okay, so I need to put this down because I can't see what I'm doing. So that one's lined up. And of course, our favorite 10mm screw. Go. It's one. Oof. Yeah, blaster leaks are never fun. It's or as far as the not sealing properly. Like I said, that's gonna be the one thing that I'm worried about is that I'm just not gonna get performance because it's not gonna seal. But we will see how it goes. It's gonna either come down to the plunger rod, or the pusher arm is gonna be the two things that cause problems. Much like the links. Yeah, that's still gonna be annoying. Oh, that is fascinating. Okay, just the way that everything holds together is just very interesting. All right, we're making progress. Making progress. Okay, so the next part, it has to do with the stock, and I need to grab something off my build plate for that, which means I need to make sure I clean my hands because I have so much junk on them. Oy. And you guys have to forgive me for a minute. I have to make a quick run to the bathroom and be back 2 seconds. Good night, Todd. All right, we're back. Did I miss anything? Design work is really fun. I've designed a couple of little things. Nothing as fancy as a whole blaster, but a bunch of little things, and it's fun. I enjoy designing. It just takes so much time. A commodity that I am rather short on. I have to prioritize the things that I want to do. All right. And we're back. Well, it's not that any of my projects lose charm. It's just a matter of having time to do them. All right. M3 hardware? Oh, these. All right. Now we get to all the little bits. There we go. A little too much. Yeah, trip is radioactive. I was not paying attention. I should pay attention to what I'm supposed to do. He does include an Allen key, which is nice. Although I do highly recommend getting a set of Allen keys. Okay. So first thing you gotta do is put the nut in there, push it into the hole, snaps into place. You can use the pull method where you put it in, pull it back. Which should be good. Oh, okay, so next I need to put... I see them. Alright, so there's two pegs. Unfortunately, this piece is black, so it's hard to see, but there's two little pegs on the inside. He's doing it by hand. I am going to do it with pliers. It's one. Two. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Alright, so let's see. What are we doing? Just like that. Oh, okay. I see how it is now. Okay, so this is all... okay. Very interesting. Alright, so we need this one and the washer, which goes through here, which goes through... Doing that right. This is probably the only piece that I haven't cleaned up very well. There we go. Oh, interesting. Okay. So this piece needs to be in a little bit more, maybe. A little bit. Okay. Oh, this is... I wasn't kidding when these are the stronger springs. I can get my thumb will work out. Hold that down. It's just not connecting for some reason. Okay. Try this again. So now it's lined up. Yeah, it's bigger, man. I'm gonna bring it up here. not quite. There we go. Okay. This was not quite reaching the lock, and I had to put it in a little bit farther. Okay. But I've got it in now. All right. I finally got it to attach. Cool. So you gotta tighten it until you can't tighten it anymore. Because that's what helps pull the nut into place as you're going along, and then we'll loosen it afterwards. Alright, so now that it's all the way tight, alright, so now we're going to back out pretty much until the orange piece is flush with the black piece there. I think some of these orange pieces I should have done in gold instead for color purposes, but oh well. So, going. Almost. Hold on to my Allen key and not be such a butterfingers. So that should be good. Okay, yeah, that works. That works well enough. Probably could have used a little bit of lubricant for it, but overall it's not bad. Alright. So, hour and a half in. Alright. So far it's still not that bad. As far as blaster assembly goes. Alright. The rear. There we go. Okay. So the next thing, now that they're in here, I'm not sure what you can see, but the orange pieces that are inside here, we're going to have to tighten the screw again until when you pull the, when you push the arm here, that actually completely pulls them out of the way. Because right now they are almost. Involves that's interesting. There we go. Okay. Here's the last little bit. Okay. It's like apparently not. Okay, so alright. Just gotta make sure I'm pulling it down all the way. Okay, I see what I did. Alright. Yeah, I wasn't pulling it down all the way, so I was trying to pull it until it was clear out of the space, but when I ended up pulling it down too far. Okay, so you do have to actually put some good pressure behind that. That's okay. Okay, I was wondering about that myself actually. I love the. Are we talking about like the cowboy stock, which I believe that's what we're talking about? Yes, I love the. I love the cowboy stock. I need to. I've actually got to make another flak Well, I have to actually make 2 flaks. I'm making a flak. I'm trading a flak for a FDL X2, which my friend Will is going to help me turn into a Mega FDL, similar to the one he has. And then the other flak, I'm making a flak for Barrett. So I'm doing a trade with him. I'm trading him a flak in exchange for ballistic balls because I have a need for ballistic balls. All right, where are we at next? All right, now we need some 12 millimeter. Ah, the bag ripped. There we go. Okay. Clean it out a little bit more. There it is. Oops. Yeah. That's the other nice thing about the apron, it catches all the screws I drop. Yeah, I think I got those a little bit better. Yeah, unfortunately, my Trusha put supports inside the screw hole, which I know there's a way to do it to where you don't have to worry about that, but I'm lazy. Sweet, worked out well. Oh, ballistic balls? Absolutely. The flat, yeah, I was surprised as well. How well it shoots him, which is why I really just want to have a game where I just run ballistic balls in a flak, just because. And I also want to carry it in a scabbard. I got to get a scabbard for it. So I can carry it on my back. If you're wondering what I'm doing is I'm cleaning out supports out of these screw holes. Because I'm a genius. Sarcasm, obviously. It's not done yet. This is going to be annoying. Yeah, I have a bottle of water around here somewhere. Tail hydrate. Get that out. have a smaller... Oh, actually, now that I think about it. A smaller. One. This one. Alright. I have one of my screws are stuck. Got it. Oh, yes. That worked perfectly. And it got the filament out. Even better. Do this without stabbing my hand. Just trying to clear all that filament out. Yeah, that was a mistake. Having the filament in here. A little bit harder to do from this. Yeah, the goal is to not stab myself in the hand, which I have done on a couple occasions by being dumb and unsafe. But that's the nice thing about live streaming. It makes me think about presentation. Sometimes I forget though. Yeah, if only the trilogy weren't annoyingly difficult to mod. So that should be good now. Problem is I can't see in there very well. There we go. Yeah, I think I saw that. That was rather impressive. I didn't watch the whole thing to see how you did it though. I'll have to add that to my watch list for later. I mean, really, how bad are the 3D printed Sledgefire shells in comparison to a trilogy shell? Like, is it worth converting it to shoot trilogy shells when you can just print shells in comparison? Piece of film that is just being plain annoying. There we go, I got it. Okay. I think we can finally move on now. So I think it finally happened. I stabbed my hand. It's bound to happen eventually. Not nearly as bad as the time that I put my hand in front of a on the opposite side of a chronograph without realizing it. Fun times. Uh-oh. My lap is now just covered in filament. That's not the right one, because I have a million screws on my floor from various mods, so hopefully gave me some extras because I do think I ended up dropping one of my 12mm screws, so that's fun. Okay. So I was right, there's something still in there. Okay. So yeah, I think I'm to the decision that I get where Will was coming from when he was talking about screws. Because it is incredibly annoying. There we go. Okay. Alright. There we go. Just to knock them into place. Fascinating. Got it. Alright. Now, we can put this into place. Jeez. I swear, some of these things, it's like, ah, that won't take long. Proceeds to take half an hour on a rather easy section. And this is why you should always clean your parts before you start to build, because cleaning mid-build is incredibly annoying. Yes, I use a screwdriver as a hammer is a very common thing here. Ugh, man. I mean, mostly because you got the handle and there's a good bit of weight behind the handle. So, you don't need the full force of a regular hammer, just light little taps. Screwdrivers work perfectly. Oh, okay. That's fun. Okay, finally done with that part. Alright, now to assemble the stock. It's back here now. Oof. Okay. Back to the 10mm screws. Never change, Trip. Bring a good amount of levity to my stream, and I appreciate it. Just screwing the bar into the stock here. Nice thing is, like, you could actually remove the stock entirely. Like, you don't even have to have the stock on the blaster. Like, it's not affixated, it's just held in with the two clips here. So if you want to take it off completely, you can just slide it out, which is a neat feature. might do is spray these with some dry lube instead of the silicone grease, just so it's a little less visible. I need to get myself some good clear lube for my blasters, just because it'll look better. I'll admit though, this is fun. I enjoy building on stream. The only thing that might make this better is if I had another person here with me. I'm very jealous of Walcom having Luchathor and Dr. Flux in his streams with him. It's like, oh, that'd be nice. Just get a couple of people together for a stream. How lovely. Ah, there we go. Right, stock is in place. Yeah, it's, I keep seeing people say that, and it's like I keep forgetting to order it. Ooh. Alright, let's see. So that's... There we go. Stock! Ta-da! Alright. Alright. Now we have 5 pieces of rail, starting with the side barrel, which I believe is this one. I need the 6mm screws instead of the 10mm over here. I realized I left my hat. My hair is starting to get in my face. Ooh, that'll be handy when that hardware kit. I'm hoping the hardware kit will get to me by Monday is what I'm hoping. That's what I'm hoping for anyway. Oh, that's why. There's filament there. That's the problem. It's another piece I forgot to clean out. There we go. Got me. Now the fun part of all the screws that I get to put in on this. I'm going to be able to mount so many Mistress Keys and Proud Papas onto this thing. It's going to be fantastic. Load it up. This is light taps. See you, Heatwave. Have a good evening. Thank you for stopping by. Oh, there went a bag of screws. That's fantastic. on the plus side, we have the first side rail attached. And I gotta pop all these out too. Oh boy. Okay, good. Most of them stayed in the bag. Oh. Okay. Well, I appreciate the 4 of you who are still with me. Yeah, I know. It is a lot of screws. And there's so many rails, too. So it's like, oof, it's going to be a while just putting in these rails. Also because I forgot to clean out all these holes, you know. Support and all that. I auto-generate supports because I'm a smart cookie. Oh, I grabbed the wrong one. That's why. To say that doesn't line up. The plus side, it does look like he gave me extra hardware, so that's a plus. Extra hardware is, especially for these little pieces, is a must. I know for the Sprung Thunder kits that I do, I usually throw in a couple extra screws just because I know how easily they can get lost. Yeah, it's gonna be a long process. Every little screw. Alright. So I'm gonna grab a hat. My hair is driving me crazy. Okay. Much better. So my hair likes to, especially when I'm working, it'll just creep in front of my face and just start annoying me. That's because you're a monster. Trip. Less than me. Oh, man. Make sure these are all tight. You can actually see from the top whether or not they're all the way in or not. Like this side's still not flat for some reason. I can't really support it from the other side, unfortunately. A little bit. Still a little bit of gap there, which is annoying. Like I said, I can't really support it from the other side, which is, you know. I mean, yeah, but like not everyone has a plethora of additional screws. I mean, I know I do, but not everyone does. Especially if it's their first mod. And whether or not you think somebody should be starting with something different is besides the point. Not everybody has the plethora of screws that we do. I mean, that happens where something just gets forgotten. But again, that's why extras. That was close. Yeah, this apron has saved more screws than I. That's not even a feature that I consider, but it's already saved like 4 screws that I've dropped from hitting the floor. All of the 2 screws required. I mean, that's also different. There's like a minimal amount. Where something like this, I've got a bajillion screws. Like, people make mistakes, you know? Like, I've dropped several screws. I don't necessarily have the exact screw. As I'm just very much a proponent for at least extra small bits. But again, you know, it's not like I get to decide how people sell their stuff. That's just my own personal belief on the subject. We'll call it. Okay, it's that way. Got it. So how's everybody's evening / afternoon, depending on where you are in the world? I'm on the Eastern. I'm on the Eastern Standard Time, so for me it's currently 8 o'clock. So not too bad here. Very dark though, because it gets dark at 5. Because daylight saving time is stupid and should be done away with. Why can't the rest of the U.S. be like Arizona and just not do daylight savings time? There's always one. I've done a couple mods for somebody in my group, and I swear every time I do something for them, they they are guaranteed to break it. Drives me crazy. Random northerners scream. Technically, Maryland is a southern state. Technically. Even though we're not really welcomed by the southern states and we're not welcomed by the northern states. So we're just kind of this little in-between state. Not technically a northern state, not technically a southern state. It's quite interesting. Because I've been in situations where people from above Maryland consider us to be southern state and people below Maryland consider us to be northern states. Alright. Got most of the rails screwed in. Let's see what's next. Looks so interesting without anything else on it. Oh. Come forward more. Seems interesting. Oh, okay, yeah, so it goes like that. Alright, so front slides over. Okay. Now we get some more 10mm screws. Yeah, Maryland be like that. You love it and you hate it. Like, people always like to make jokes about Texas loving Texas. That's only because they've never met a Marylander. Marylanders love Maryland almost as much as Texas, if not more than people from Texas love Texas. Marylanders are crazy. They love their flag, they love their crabs. It's a whole culture here. Still not. Forgive me if you can't see, I'm having to press on the front of the blaster to get it to line up. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Yeah, Baltimore is kind of its own thing. Oh, man. Alright. Grab me some more 10mm screws. Again, I apologize if you can't see it. Make sure they were lined up. I'm using that screw. Hey. Yeah, much better, much better. There we go. Yeah, you should definitely come. There's several, man, there's a lot of groups up here. Like, I have at least like 4 or 5 around me. Because you got the Maryland Nerf Herders, which is the group that I host and I run up in kind of more the middle of Maryland. Then there's down south, you got Southern Maryland House of Nerf, which are a fantastic group of people. Up to the north, in West Virginia, you have EP Nerf Club. They're new, but they've got a good start. I really enjoy playing with them. And then if you go even farther north to New Jersey, which those guys are fun to play with. And they all do kind of something a little bit differently. Like down in Southern Maryland, you have your 150 FPS wars. They do 7 and up wars. So that's the more lighter FPS. They usually have more people because they allow younger groups. Which, that's the thing, if you want bigger attendance, you have to lower your age requirements, which also means having a lower FPS, because you really don't want a 7-year-old getting hit with 200 FPS. It's just not a good time for anyone. Oh yeah, UMBC is also a thing here. I've been to UMBC twice. It was very interesting, mostly because I am just not used to HVZ. I've played HVZ, I think, 3 times in total. It's fun, but I need to learn HVZ a little bit better. Alright, front is attached. It's a very short trigger pull. I'm just very surprised at how short that trigger pull is. Okay. Okay. I attached these, but it's they are very well put together. So I might have to just leave these together, maybe. See if we can get these disconnected. Okay, they do not want to separate. Ugh. Alright, it's 1 notch. Alright, making progress. See, you can look at me, and you can see the things I'm doing, and you can just already tell that they're bad ideas. Oh, man. Got it. Minimal injury. Yeah, okay, yeah, I had a feeling I was going to have to take that off. Support material. Yes, APOC is in New Jersey area, which I've actually never been to. I missed it the one time. We haven't had a chance to do another one yet. I'm still. I lurk on the auxiliary, post the occasional meme. I my content gets shared there, which is very nice. I don't do a whole lot, mostly because I just have very limited time. So I don't know if this is very hard to see. So go back to his video, make sure I'm following the right thing. Oh my word, it's been over 2 hours. Oof. Okay, where did you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? There's one. I've got one. There's the other. Teeny tiny parts. And as you see, my organizational skills are flawless. Okay. Bushings. Aha. Okay. Cataclysm is great, especially at they play on a paintball field, which is so much fun. Putting out some more support material. Get it out the way. I don't know what it is about white filament, but like white filament shows layer lines way more than any other color. I don't know what it is about that. Um, 212, 26. Okay. Yeah, Apocalypse, I believe, is 300 FPS. 12 mil. Alright, 12 millimeter screw in the front. What is Gendon? I've never heard of that. I mean, 350, I mean, anything HPA can get that high. Okay, test. It's always a good sign. Jeez. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay. Nice and squeaky. It's not bad though. Nice. Okay. Alright. Alright, 10 millimeter screw. Goes in the front. The hole here. Okay. Okay. Oh, that's not bad at all. Alright. Okay. A bunch of 6 millimeter screws. Yeah, I love how like I started off with a somewhat organized setup, and by the end of this, I've just gone to a complete mess. Okay, side. Find some more 6 millimeters, which have been strewn across my desk. Oh, these are 8. Oh man. Open support. There we go. Just some more support in the way. Yeah, once Camera shot starts needing 2 hands to prime. I question the functionality of it. I've seen some impressive stuff, but like, I still feel like a hammer shot must maintain that single hand prime. Let me get the 6mm screws on top. 1 and 2. Doesn't quite fit, so I'm going to use this one. There we go. There we go. All right. Just catching on that. Oh. A little bit of a sticky trigger. I'll have to figure out what's causing that later. I don't know if it'll affect it once I'm priming and everything. Have to wait and see. Fascinating. Alright, almost done. We're almost done with the FTEC. I appreciate you guys sticking around for as long as you have. Alright, so there's a little, as he put it, inner and outer end. You want to make sure that the, I'm not sure what you can see that. So there's a little ledge in there. Slides in. This at least. There we go. There we go. So that seems like it's in all the way. Put a little O-ring here. Helps hold it in place. All right. Okay. Sometimes violence is the answer. I have the modified grip, the latest one that he sent out in his email. So hopefully that doesn't happen. Uh, I do have the most recent one. I do know that he did have issues with that. We'll see what actually happens. What's in there? Oh, it's not bad. Extend that stock, see how that feels. Yeah. Maybe. There we go. Okay. Let's see, how's that? That's not bad. I think it's a little bit longer than the links. Okay, so now the thing to do is lubrication. Oh, that's not a good sign. Oh, that's fun. Okay, well, I seem to have messed up the catch. So that's fantastic. I... Hitting that. Pretty sure it's facing the right way. Okay. Yeah, I seem to have messed up the catch, so that's fun. Oh, hello. Welcome to the stream. The creator is on board. Just in time to see me mess up. Oh, it's a shame. Alright. Well, now I get the fun part of taking it apart. So many screws. I think I only had to take the front end off, which is good, but man, it's just like, I hate taking blasters apart so much. Yeah, like as soon as it didn't catch the first time, I'm like, oh no. I guarantee you I just wasn't paying attention and put the catch in upside down. Because I'm pretty sure that's what I did for the links as well, because apparently that's just what I do, is I put in catches upside down. Now, it could be worse. It could be an issue where, like with some Nerf blasters, where the blaster catches, but then it doesn't release. So then you have to take the blaster apart while the spring is compressed, which is just a nightmare in and of itself. On the plus side, the front has less screws than the back, so... Just gotta stop using that screw. Okay, here we go. The nice thing is, with the creator here, if I can't figure it out, I can always ask him for help. Oh man, oh man. Ah, dang it, I just realized I have to take the grip off. I just realized that I have to take the grip off, which is a very tight fit. Uh, Am I an idiot? Am I really an idiot? Yeah. Catch springs are the worst. Because you can find the mainspring. It's the tiny little catch spring that shoots off across the room and you never find again. The only thing worse than that is the tiny little springs that the Spring Thunder has. That thing is a nightmare if you lose one of those screws, because they're all, and of course they're all custom screws. And so it's just such a huge pain to deal with. Nice. Nice trip. Very nice. Oh, 2.5 hours later. That's good. It was really dark on my face, but I just realized it's probably because of the hat. Is that any better? A little better. I'm a little less shaded. Again, if you're still wondering why I'm looking over here, it's because laptop's over here, camera's right there. Unfortunately. Don't lose that. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. The fun part, right? It's one. If Foam Tech is still here, I will say thank you for including additional hardware or spare bits. I really appreciate that because I'm pretty sure I've dropped a couple of screws. Basically, it's basically an explosive waiting to happen. Yeah, I don't remember him saying anything about it, but am I supposed to put screws? I have to double check that because I think I may have forgotten to put screws in the bottom as well. I had to take it apart anyway, so it's not a big deal. Yeah, I'm supposed to. Yep, I forgot to put screws there. I don't think that's the issue. I think that's just extra support. Oh. See ya, Foxfire. Thanks for sticking around. So, I did forget to put screws right here, but I don't think that would be the reason it wouldn't catch. I wouldn't assume so anyway. But then again, I could be very wrong. Okay. On the plus side, once I get done with the FTEC, I can work on a project that should be, theoretically, a little easier. Theoretically. And this design makes sense. It's not like it's a complicated design. At least to me it makes sense. But like... eh. Okay. Take this off. Brass out. Now time to figure out what is still attached. Oh! Right. Bottom screw. Yeah, that was my theory as well. It's the same thing I did with the links. The catch is probably upside down, which is a problem. What am I forgetting now? Oh, there we go. So, wait a minute. Oh, is that? No, it looks right. Certainly looks right. Yeah. No, no, no. You're right. You're right. You be right. You be right. The funny thing is, they're just all over my desk now. So like, ugh. Potentially, unless I'm wrong, I should be able to just unscrew the top section and take off half the catch. Unless I'm making a horrible mistake, which is theoretically plausible. Because I couldn't just build it right the first time. That's just not how this thing works. I must always do something wrong to make the process take longer. What am I still attached to? I don't think anything. Okay, it's just a tight fit. That's all. Nice. Put there. Oh, okay. So, for those watching in the future, I did it backwards. You want this facing up. That's what you want. Not the other way around like I said at the beginning of this video. So, please make sure you watch the entire portion of the FTEC to ensure that doesn't happen. I'll have to make sure I put that in the description for anybody who comes in the future. Alright, so that should catch now. Yep. That do be it. That do be it. So. Yeah, I really should just get one of those little magnetic screw trays. I really should. I have no reason not to, other than laziness. On the plus side, I didn't have to take the entire catch off, so that was a pleasant surprise. Whew. I swear, just putting in all these screws is giving my arm a workout. And you wouldn't think so, but like up in my bicep, there's something that is feeling awfully tense, or whatever that part of the muscle is. I don't know biology. Well, that happened. Okay. Back in business. That should be correct now. Ooh. Alright. How to put it back together again. Ooh. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Ah, dang it. I don't remember what I was supposed to do. Yeah, could you just hold the screwdriver, please? I'd really appreciate that. Alright. I was so excited because I was finally to the portion where I could lubricate the bars and pulled back, no catch. Ooh. Front. Front. Grip. One edge. Right. Long screw in the front. If you would stay on the blaster, that would be much appreciated. Okay, something is not lined up, and that is bothering me. That's not lined up. That's what the problem is. It catches too good. Yeah, that would be my luck. Luckily, though, the catch is actually not that difficult to release. If I took the front off, uh, which I do appreciate, the catch is like you can actually press it from the side, which I could probably do if I just took this off. I bet you I could release the catch. Go slide that in. Find a 10mm screw. Okay, we're getting it done. We're getting it done. We are making slow progress, but progress nevertheless. Whew. Alright, now this time we'll put the screws that go on the bottom. Not with that screwdriver though. Boomstick into 3 catches. Oh, the pain. Apologize if I'm shaking the camera. This is not the most sturdy of tables. There we go. All right. It was neat seeing a blaster use brass again. I feel like I haven't seen a blaster use brass in forever. As far as like standard. Usually. Oh! You know, I just realized that brass goes really well nice with the gold I have. It actually matches almost perfectly. I have to attach this, unfortunately. But hey, the more times I put it on and off, the easier it's going to be to take on and off. Oh, boy. Well, hopefully, everything works now. But, knowing my luck, we'll have to wait and see. So, hopefully, in future streams, it doesn't take me this long. But only time will tell. I'm not even sure. It feels like really thick brass. That's the thing. It doesn't feel like normal brass. I could be wrong. It just doesn't feel like it. Alright. Moment of truth. Okay. We're catching. Alright. Now, I can lubricate it. Oh, oh man. I tell you. Okay. How'd you glue them in? Like, are they glued in place? See me. Because, like, I was noticing that it's just like, it felt like one solid piece of brass, so I was surprised. Now we're lubricating the bars on top. That's the other nice thing about having a white blaster. If you use white silicone grease, it's not as obvious. I don't think that was supposed to fire. Oh, we're not catching again. Alright, now why aren't you catching? Now I don't have an answer. It caught for one shot. Did I break something? Yeah, it's just not catching it all again. Alright. Time to take it apart again. Nah. Nothing rattles. So I don't think anything broke. I thought it was interesting. As soon as I went all the way forward, it fired. That was the interesting part. So I'm having a little bit. It's that O-ring that's the X-ring that's in here that's causing me problems for the chambering. There's like a definite last bit of thrust right there. Interesting. But like, I'll have to take it apart again and see why it's not getting. I wonder if it just shaved the. I wonder if I just reprint a new catch. That is possible. That I just have to reprint a new catch, at least the catch part. That part wasn't super great looking, but I figured it wouldn't be that big of a deal. But it might actually be a big deal. Cause yeah, it's just not. It's just slipping right off. It's just not catching, unfortunately. Because it goes through. Interesting. That one might just need to be a. I need to reprint a new catch, unfortunately. So I'll probably deal with this at a later date to get it fully functioning. Whew. Oh boy, where is it? Ah, I do want to see how well it handles. This is a mag that needs to be fixed, hence the spring coming at the bottom of it. I want to see how well. Okay, yeah, it's got a nice gravity drop to it. Man. Like, I almost have to switch hands to use my right hand with it. I mean, with the stock fully out, it's not that bad. Because I can actually brace it. Oh, man, that's a tough spot. Phew. So. Yeah, I think I messed up the catch printing process. I had a bad habit of not reading print instructions, unfortunately. I just get overexcited and forget to actually read all the instructions. But, so I will reprint the catch. Hopefully still be able to get this up and running for testing tomorrow. Like, the only other thing is, like, I thought it was, maybe you can answer this one since you're here. The other issue I had was when, what caused it to fire. Because I didn't pull the trigger. I was pretty sure the trigger was in the forward position. But, like, as soon as I pushed it all the way forward, there's that, like, extra click right there of the O-ring going into the chamber there. As soon as I did that, it fired without me pulling the trigger, so I'm not sure what's going on with that. But overall, I love how Blaster looks. Oh, you can't see that. It's nice white, black, and gold. I do love the shell still, and it's definitely more comfortable than the Lynx, while also being more compact. The only thing that I think the Lynx has over this is the grip is not as comfortable, but that's mostly because you have to put the grip through the mag through the grip, so that it makes it a little bit more chunky. That might be the only thing that the Lynx has over the FTEC. But oh well, the grip and the assembly process are both better. I would say with the Lynx. Not that this has a bad assembly process, it's just more involved, and when you do have slight fixes like that, it takes a lot longer to take it apart and put it back together. No, it shouldn't, but I gotta reslice it and everything and do all that bit. So it wouldn't take long, but I want to move on to my next project. And it's mostly done, most of the testing. I mean, if you want to see my complete thoughts on it, you'll just have to wait till next week to see the video that I put out on it. This is nuts. I like this. Maybe a little bit longer, but like this is nice. This is very nice. I like this. Yeah, I was surprised with the Lynx. That was ridiculously easy. That's surprising. But I love I love how this looks. This is just so cool. But yeah, print, most likely print failure on my part. I mean, as far as springs go, I mean, the spring isn't as, that's the other thing. I think it's easier. I just see what this is hitting, which is probably over 200. My Lynx is only hitting 200. But from what I've seen, people can have been able to push out some nice numbers out of the Lynx. And it's a very smooth and easy prime with the Lynx. This is a much beefier prime. Depending on what it is, I might switch out this for lower FPS numbers instead of higher, and just to give it a bit of an easier prime. So like that my left arm has a little bit of trouble getting to that last position, which again, you know, I could always just bulk up. Okay, so to be fair, the Prusa Mini was mostly assembled when I got it. All right, so changing gears here. Appreciate all everyone sticking off the FTEC. I need to save all these little tiny screws because I still need to finish putting all the screws back in the rail, but I'll do that after I finish fixing it, which will probably be tomorrow. Woo, boy. I also got to get my truck fixed tomorrow, so that'll be fun. So what we're going to do next is work on the... Oh, well, that's good to know. Except that was my only thing. It's just like, it is a bit of a beefy prime. But if that's going to get better over time, that'll be nice. I'll make sure I mention that in the review. I'll be doing that. Still hoping to get the filming process done on it Sunday. So the goal will be film on Sunday and edit and whatnot, and release the FTEC video on Monday, and maybe do the MK28 on Wednesday. But we'll see. All right, all the screws. Hold on to that. Yes, March 28 time, which means I hopefully should be able to pay attention to the. Oh, that requires I get a knockout. I gotta go grab a knockout real quick. Alright, knockout acquired. Ugh. Okay. Breaking winds are so much fun. They really are. I will always advise for someone to get out of themselves at breaking wind. Pull it out. The question is, what did I do with it? So many printed parts. Too many. I have too many unfinished black parts that I need to finish. Just get to that part later. Ugh. All right. Oh, thank you everyone for joining me for the FTEC portion. Look forward to the video that's going to be coming out very soon. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I don't know about anyone else, but I'm now exhausted. Oh man. Alright, pull up my... Alright. Get to... Here we are. Well, yes, red for now, but you gotta realize this is gonna replace all of that. Well, I got rid of the whole overarching thing, so I no longer had a place. They're now in a box in my closet. I still have all of them. Oof. Interesting. Oh, I can take these out now. Yeah, hopefully this takes up less space. Alright, now we get on to like honestly this seems very straightforward. I'll give it that. This is incredibly straightforward. The only thing I might be a little bit more complicated is just the fact that I'm going to need to mess around with some brass. Actually, no, I might not. Not with this. It's a little bit of the other Meaker. This is the second Meaker that I've assembled. Off of this, I don't really. FPS isn't really a thing with. I don't know. I just don't find FPS on Demolisher rockets to be that useful. I usually just go off of how far they fly. Yeah, and the really what we want to do is you want to get the old Demolisher rockets. You don't want to get the Fortnite rockets because the Fortnite rockets are terrible. Now, if I'm correct on this, I shouldn't even have to take apart the whole blaster. I should be able, unless I'm wrong. I could be wrong. I think I'm thinking wrong. Unless I want to take out like all the stages and whatnot. But I feel like I should be able to just take off this part. It's been too long since I've actually taken apart a knockout before. I mean, not necessarily. FPS is how fast it's going out of the gate. Not necessarily how far it's going to end up going. Now, I obviously am not 100% sure on that because I've never compared what the FPS is to what the how far it's actually going. But if it's like anything else, just because it's hitting like I'm not sure if it's any different for dart blasters than it is for rockets, but yee. Oh yeah, that's right. I'm gonna have to take the whole thing apart. Oh well. Okay. Like I said, more testing I feel like would need to be done on it. But again, I could be wrong. Like you'd have to compare it to multiple blasters firing Demolisher rockets in comparison to their FPS to get a proper hypothesis. I have one of my mag pulls around here somewhere. I just don't remember where I put it. What's really fun is like figuring out which screw is still tightened out of all of them. It's like, is it this screw? No. Is it this screw? No. Or is it just one of the metal bars that's held in place? All of them, yeah. So it's most likely just that metal bar. Need to pry off because it likes to. There it is. As everything explodes. This is. Really only need this. I don't need that. Or this or this or that. I don't need this. I need almost nothing out of this. I need those. I don't need that. Not for this. No, you could be very well right, Trip. For what I'm doing with the knockout, I'm building a Meaker Mark 28. Here it is. It's a demolisher. It's a demolisher mod basically for the knockout, the fire demolisher rockets. I don't need any of this red. Alright, and then I need to do this end as well. Yeah, you end up scrapping most of this blaster. Welcome back. Glad to have you back for the stream. We are now working on the Mark 28, the Meaker Mark 28. Right. Now, how lucky am I? Because if I'm lucky, this will come out rather easily. And if I'm not lucky, which I don't currently, because sometimes these things are not held in place at all, and you can literally just pull them out. Red is full of lies. Oh! Okay. Okay, that's... You know what? That's legit awesome. The fact that it just... Okay. So it slides over. I still might end up gluing that just for... Yeah, I think I'm going to end up gluing that just for the extra seal. The main thing is to make sure I don't put it in the wrong spot, which now that I realize I don't have that, so I need to make sure that this piece the slot pretty I might actually have to no, it's a very exact. Do I have to cut that off? I don't think I do. Do I? Maybe I do. Something's not lined up right. Huh. I wonder if I need to take that part off. Because that does seem to be the part that's in the way, and it's not necessary. And again, I don't read instructions, so... Oh, man. None of this is going to be visible anyway, so it shouldn't matter if I remove this, whether I'm supposed to or not. No, it's not the support. There's no support there. I printed this face down, so everything up here should be very clean. Yeah. So it just came down to... Yeah, you just have to remove those pieces. Okay. That makes sense. Got to make sure that this still lines up. Pretty sure it's supposed to line up like that. Is that right? Alright, yes, that is correct. Okay. Yeet, 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 get off. Okay. Yep. So I might have to get rid of that too. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that should actually be This is a very straightforward build. Okay. So now I just gotta put all the internals back in it. DoorDash donuts do sound lovely. Oh. I'm a genius. Because I need to put this piece on first, don't I? Oh. Now I can put this piece back on. There we go. Alright. Well, there go all the screws. There we go. I mean, yeah, I guess a little bit. It's not like a hammer shot, which is all pretty straightforward. I swear, if I could just stop dropping the screwdriver, that would be fantastic. Huh. Oh, there is one in there. Okay. Stripped out or something? Oh, no, no. I know it is. There we go. I'm going to throw one more in there. Up here. Well, you saw me. I dropped one like 3 times in a row during the FTC assembly. It was absolutely ridiculous. The real question is, do these two pieces line up properly? Okay, forgot I gotta take these, cut all that off. You gotta, if you don't have some, get yourself some flush cutters. These things are wonderful. There we go. I just screw these two together, I guess. those are attached. Well, that happened. So that screw is not working, so that's fun. So I might need to get different screws for these. I was thinking that they were going to work with standard nurse screws, but, well, again, I should probably read the instructions. Those are holding. Not very well, but technically. Time to check my screw bin for some slightly bigger screws, just to help dig into the PLA a little bit better. Yeah, that'll work better. Yeah, Trip, we were talking about screw bins earlier. I got my screw bin right here. So these two are the same as well. Hold this up here for a minute. That's one. And to the other side, make sure I don't get a screw that's too long. So that should work. Yeah, so it doesn't look like this is designed for... No, that one's head's too big. Yeah, like, it doesn't look like it's designed for the original screws, which is a shame. Would have been nice. Again, I didn't read the instructions. That's my bad. All right. All right. Woo! Got caught on the wire. Now this is with a stock spring. Finish putting all the screws in. I have seen that. Wasn't that originally designed by, or the original drawing was done by Hotcoin, right? my big bucket go? Oh, that's not bad at all. That's not bad. Okay, I'm stock spring. I'm very, very, very impressed with this. That's impressive. I'm thoroughly impressed with that. And that was actually a pretty easy assembly. Yeah, that well. Now the glue hasn't dried yet, so like it might still get a better seal once the glue is dried. I'm impressed. All right. Oh. Before I forget, I guess this also goes on. So I guess I could glue that on as well. Probably will. That actually looks better like that. I'm happy. I'm happy with that. Oh, really well. Really well done. Alright, Ultra 2. Now, funny story about the Ultra 2. The Mega Ultra 2 I'd actually started once before, but there's a slight problem. I cut away this. I was not supposed to cut away that. I was supposed to cut away most of that, but leave this portion right there. You can't see that. I was supposed to cut away here and leave this. I cut off the entire thing, which is necessary because there's a bar that goes through here. So I've actually got this all wired up and ready for Mega, but I messed up the cylinder portion of it. So I'm going to be transplanting the guts out of this into this, minus the slight work I need to do on the grip. Oh! I could actually leave everything in this grip the same. Okay, I might open it up to show you guys what I have inside here. I think I'll do that in a bit. Because the only thing I have to do is cut off this square right here. Alright. Woo! It is way more exhausting streaming than I thought it would be. Because usually I kind of just zone out into my own thing when I mod. But actually having to communicate the whole time myself, it's strangely exhausting. I don't know how some of these people do live streams. Like, I still want to do this every week. It's going to take me a while to get used to this. So now we're going to start with the process of unscrewing everything. Try this one instead. See if this one's any better. I did have problems with some of my screws stripping out originally as well. So hopefully between these two blasters I can get it undone without unstripping the screw. Because this screw, it's this screw right here that I had strip out on me in the other one. Oh, it really wants to strip. It's so annoying. Alright. Better than the first time that I did this. Whew. Yeah, Pretty much, yeah. Like I'm actually making this for a friend. When I'm done with it and after I've done my whole mega sidearm comparison video that I want to do, this is going to be going to a friend of mine. There we go. Because it's a little bulky. Oh, this is another one that wanted to strip out on me. It's like they have it in there and then it's... Yeah, I had problems with this one. Oh, man. Man. That one does not want to come out. Oh, man. Yeah, the Ultra 2 screws really, really like to... Oh, man. I'm going to put some... Whew. I bought I bought these gloves after I cut up my hand with a drill. Man, that one does not want to come out. Take it back. I need more dexterity. I hate these screws. I hate these screws so much. Don't even... You see, that one was fine. This one is giving me problems. Come back to that one in a minute. Yeah, cause that's true. It's stripping so bad. You want to die? That's it. Die from alcohol poisoning. Every time he unscrews a screw. I swear. Depends on what blaster I'm using. Yeah, all these are easy, but like this one and this one are just a nightmare. For whatever reason. Oh, man. I tell you. You guys just get to watch me suffer. Enjoy the show. Once we get it open, it won't be too bad. It's just that initial undoing of the Nerf blaster. Oh, man, that was such a pain, though. Dang. Again, between the two of these blasters, I should have... Oh, man. That one's... I'm not going to be able to reach it with this one. I should have enough screws to not... that aren't stripped out. Because this one on this one is better than this one. But this one's better than that one. So it's just like, ugh. Ugh. Yeah. Yeah, that one's not even close to the right size. Oh, I just feel this one stripping. It's so bad. Dang. Oh, that's right. That's right. I forgot. There's a couple of screws under. Ugh. Modding with explosives. That one screw on the inside of the battery tray. Ugh. So it's like you gotta apply a little bit of pressure here. I'm getting there. Yeah, this one is like glued almost inside, or solvent welded as it were. Oh man. And we're free. Oh jeez. I want you to look at this this screw head. Not sure where you can see that. Here, let me try this one. It doesn't want to focus. But like, it's so horribly stripped out. Whew. Alright. That was an adventure. Woo! Actually, funny enough, the only thing that I need is this. Up here. Well, how far back does it need to go? Hold on. Wire cutters, wire cutters, wire cutters. Head about. And head about. Okay. So. Okay. So I did this test before. This just slots into here. Yeah, I was hopeful that I could do it without it, but the problem is, whew, get back into your spot. The problem is, like, it needs to have that extra push so it rotates properly. Like, if it was just a little shorter, it'd be fine. A sledgehammer and a blowtorch. I mean, honestly, sometimes I feel like I need a sledgehammer. Alright, so all of this is coming out. So I also have to cut open the battery tray again. That was not fun the first time. That was annoying. So did anybody clock how long it took me to put together the Meaker Mark 28? Because I felt like that one was done in like 5 minutes. Probably not that short, but it sure felt like it didn't take that long. So why are you still connected? What are you? I guess I do have to open this up. Whew. So when I had these two parts together, I kind of got them stuck together. There we go. So what is still attached? Why are you? This should be able to come out. This is for. Yeah. Depends on what you consider to be groovy. So far, we've had one success and one that we'll come back to later. Oh man, does this not want to come apart? What is holding you in? Because this should... Oh, jeez. Woo! I think it was glued. Woo! Scared me. Oh, man. Oh, man, oh, man. That was funny. Okay, time to remove all this. So I can transplant all that into here. Oh, man. Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. That's one thing I do need to do. Put some lubricant. There we go. Now this should slide. Yeah, that slides nice and easy now that it's been lubricated. And then the important thing, not this I don't need. Ah, there it is. Yeah, so the main reason you need to leave that port, that piece there, is because this goes in the back here and pushes and pushes against the cylinder. So as it rotates, it pushes it that last bit of the way. So that's important. So let me get that out, and then I can go from there. Yeah. Huh. 2 blasters later, it's like I don't need any of this. Eh. Oof. Come out. I don't need any of that. I might save it for something else. And then this, theoretically, I should be able to wedge out like I did the other one. That was so much easier. That's ridiculous. Alright, so put all my wires in place so I can get everything back to where they need to be. Not doing too bad. Almost 4 hours in. Not too bad. Spent 2.5 on the FTEC, so I mean, spent been an hour since then on 2 other blasters. Alright, so for this one, when it comes to the cutting, it needs to... Okay, so I do need to remove what looks like all of that. Oh, that's the thing. So let me get this in place. And just test this with the trigger. different trigger. There it is. Yeah, this one. It's the modified one. Yee. Oh, my wires aren't getting in the way. There we go. Now we're lined up. So this to go here. So I am right, I do need to get rid of all of that, but not the top part. Okay. So for this should still be that. Put all that back in. Oh, whoops. Before I forget it. The rev trigger. Go. Okay, so that's not going to work with that there. As much as I would love for it to. Okay, so I need to mark that. So what I can do is I can cut the one and then cut the other one and match it. So right there. Okay. Honestly, I think I'm going to go with flush cutters this time instead of a Dremel, just to be sure. Yeah, so all that needs to go. Yeah, that FTEC. I mean, again, there's a big difference between building a blaster and I don't know, just building a blaster and building a pistol, depending on the pistol, of course. I don't want to have to use a Dremel. I really don't want to. That is how I messed up last time, but I might have to use one all the same. And that is unfortunate. Okay. I will adjust the mic before I start dremeling. Yes, you get to hear me use my Dremel on live stream as much as I do not want to. We are going to Dremel. And we are going to cut every last bit of plastic out of the way until we have a clean surface to work with. Oh. Oh, yeah. Boy. Yeah. Ugh. Safety first. Adjusting the volume somewhere. Wherever it is. Oh dear. Where is the volume? Oh, there we go. Alright. Turning down the volume while we Dremel. Alright. Back to normal. Alright. Should do for now. Getting those last bits was quite annoying. I should be able to clean it up with flush cutters and a file to avoid over cutting. And it should also look a little bit nicer too, because the Dremel does not leave a pretty workspace. Okay, now let's see if that worked. So all this needs to do is go. Nope, not quite. I'm still a little too high. Hopefully you guys can hear me now. According to my audio mixer, you guys can, but if there are audio problems, please let me know so I may fix them. Alright. Okay, still a little bit more. Almost there. Almost got it. That might have to be filed. Testing. That should be good. Alrighty. Should be able to drop this into place here and at least screw this into place. Trying to make sure this wire doesn't get crushed. This wire, there's like only so much space in here, so like trying to wire management is important and also annoying. There we go. All right, now the wire's in. Okay. So how's everyone doing this evening? I know Trip's been hanging out with me most of the evening. Ah! Oh man. I screwed it in without I didn't put the trigger and rev trigger back in. That's hilarious. I mean, I know I'm gonna mess up, so like I'm not super worried about being perfect. Like if I was worried about like messing up in front of the screen, I would not be doing this. Because as people who have been watching the stream can attest, I've spent most of the stream making bad mistakes. As you can see, I just screwed it in without putting the trigger and rev trigger back in. It's all wonderful. There we go. There, and then we put the rev trigger back in. Okay. Yeah. It's amazing what you forget when you're in the moment. Whew. On the plus side, I didn't have to unscrew the Meaker Mark 28. That was a plus. It's the only blaster so far I haven't had to screw in and then unscrew again. Because this I should be able to plop in right here. This piece is a little cracked, but I don't think it's going to affect performance at all. Like this piece right here. Because it's going to be sitting in this little groove right there. Oh. I lost the spring. Ah, here it is. Okay. There. So that should make sure I'll have to do the other side of the blaster. Not that one. This one. I mean, really, actually, because that piece is just going to come off. I could technically... I'm having thoughts. So I should theoretically be able to just plop this on here. Oh, trust me, I do so many takes when I do my modding. When I do my videos, they are filled with retakes. There we go. So I should be able to connect all of this together. I don't know about these two pieces. What is causing the problem here? Pop these screws and steal some of these. Just screw into place. So my thought is that I should be able to just cut off this piece here because it's not going to be attached here. So that's one I should be able to just remove that. Then I don't have to recut all the work. Like if you look inside here, I already cut out all this in here. So if I just cut that piece off, I don't have to redo any of that. Oh, this is nice. I thought I was going to have to do so much more work. It is so much easier doing it this way. I mean, you have to cut out the battery tray and you have to cut out this piece right here. That's pretty much it as far as cutting. It's not an excessive amount. You just got to make sure you cut the right places, which was my mistake. This is why I'm on my second Mark II, because I didn't make the right cut and I cut too much, and so I had to buy another Mark II. I've not made a chainsaw hand. I have considered it for cosplay purposes, but I have not actually gotten around to doing it. I have considered it though. So then this I should be able to just plop, yep, right there without any problem. Okay. And when he said without any problem. Yeah, so like that's an issue. Okay, so even when I did it right, so even now that's right. It just shoots off. It's the little pleasures, you know? Oh, man. All right, let me see if I can get this all screwed in, see if I can get this thing going. Alright. Alright, yeah, so I am having... So, I'm not sure if it's just... This is the second cylinder I've had that's like this. So is it... Because, like, it's not coming back all the way to finish rotation. Now, the trigger, I know why the trigger is sticking. The trigger is sticking because the wire's in the way. So I'm wondering if that's also causing my rotation issues, because it's not coming back enough to engage the lever. As you can see. And I got to rotate it by hand slightly. See, that one works. That one did not. Interesting. Yeah, it's like sometimes it'll work right, sometimes it won't. I hope I'm not blowing out the... It is rather loud. It's just like that little bit that needs to... It's like the prongs in the inside of the I wonder, because it's definitely... I wonder if it would be any different if it was... Yeah. So, I'll see if I can show this to the camera. So I pull, ignore that, and it's not like I had to rotate it slightly. Oops. Oops. There we go. Hold on. It's awkward doing it that angle. See how it's not rotating anymore because it's like ever so slightly off. So I have to open it back up, see if it's something that I did or not. Yeah, so that's a good idea. Let me open this back up. And see what I can do. I wonder, now that I did that. Okay, now it's working perfectly. So it seems like something to do with this back piece right here. So I wonder if I just loosen it slightly, not 100%, but like tighten it back up a little bit. Because it's... almost. It's close. It's something to do with this back section, so I might just have to clean up back here with a file. Yeah, I think what it is, it's actually like this back piece, this back section right here, I think is causing my problems right now. Something is rubbing. So I think what I need to do is open it back up, lube up some of the moving pieces to account for it. But I'm making progress though, which is nice. That's what makes me happy, is I'm making progress. I was a little discouraged at first because I thought I was running into the same exact issue that I had earlier. But now that I know that there is a solution, I feel a little bit better about it. Just gotta lube everything up. I guess I'll take this off too. So I gotta get to the inner workings. So this thing. Yeah, the trigger also gets stuck on the wires too, so I'm going to try to remove some of the trigger. Now the nice thing is, since I have two Ultra 2s, I have an extra trigger if I mess this up. Okay. Oof. Yeah, the wires having to go under this gear here are definitely not optimal, but I couldn't find a better way to get them past, so that's also not ideal. I mean, I guess I could lube the wires. And so that works fine like that. So lube it up. Looby-doo, dabba-da, looby-doo, labba-dabba, doo-ba. Looby-doo, dabba-da, looby-doo, dabba-dabba, doo-ba-da. Ba-ba-ba-da-da-da. Loo-ba-dee-doo. Now, what I can do is... Looby-doo, dabba-da, dabba-doo, dabba-dabba, doo-ba. Looby-doo, dabba-da, dabba-doo, dabba-dabba, doo-ba-da. Just put this back on for now. Alright, we got proper rotation with just the handle on, so that's progress. The lube is, I think it really may have just been the wires that were under that gear that were the problem. And if not, I will come back later. Well, not later, but like, if I have to open it back up, it's fine. The screws in the handle are not a problem. Those I can deal with. Stinking wire sticking out. Go where you're supposed to. Alright, what's causing the issue here? Oh. That's sure doesn't help. Alright, everyone. Let's solve a mystery here. It looks like it all lines up. There we go. Okay. Something was not lining up properly. Not sure what that was about. Right? Oh man, I hate those moments where it's like, I should be able to do this. I've done so much work, done so much worse mods. I should be able to do this. It's when it has to line up perfectly. Okay. Alright, so we're still having that same issue, but it's only when the blaster is together. But if I don't attach this bolt right there, it rotates perfectly. Most of the time. So, okay, so I think it is, okay. Yeah, I had to sand that port. Oh! Oh! Okay, no, I figured it out. I figured it out. It's this side of the shelf for sure, and there's a bit of extra plastic that I need to cut away. It's not snap back into place there. Ah, there we go. Okay, yeah. So I know what it is now, though, which is nice. Well, it's needed because it holds into here and it just looks ugly if it's not attached. So really it's more about aesthetics at this point. Oh, sweet. Is that for the strong arm springs that we were talking about? Or is that just for the stock spring? Yeah. It really comes down to is this little screw, not screw, this little wire right there that it's to cause me issues. Oh, there we go. It's all part about fitting it back in with the grip, because the grip kind of like snaps in place. Oh, there we go. There we go. I'll definitely check those out for sure. No, still. No, not quite. Oh, it would help if I did that. No, still catching. It's actually a little bit worse now. There we go. Right. Alright, let me see what's going on under here. I'm going to take the grip apart again. Probably try to keep those two together, which might make it a little bit easier to figure out the problem. Yeah, see, this is the annoying part of modding, where it's just like, there's one problem, everything else is done, I just gotta figure out what is causing my problem. Sure, okay. Oh, I wonder if that was part of the problem. I'll move up that side too while I'm at it. Lube is very messy. Yes, I'm still having problems with that for sure. See if that helps. I've tried lubing a couple different spots. Ugh. So I still have trouble with this. Like, it doesn't... that's better. Okay, yeah. That's better. At least as far as fitting it together was easier. I'm going to put the screw in that's there. See if that helps at all. still not quite perfect. Again, all I have to do is tap it, and it goes into place. Okay. So it's definitely better. I'm getting most rotations. Every now and again. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay. All right. I think continually working in that lubrication definitely solved it. Ultra 2 rear loadings. I haven't seen Meaker's version. I've seen the Elite version, but I haven't seen Meaker's version. Oh yeah, I lubed the tooth. Like, it's all lubed. I lubed the other side, and I think that just slowly worked into place. It seems to be working fine now. Whew. That was a fun exercise, huh? One thing, missing the inner barrel. It's around here somewhere. Because I had it at one point. The printed barrel that I'm supposed to put inside of it. I might have to wait until I can find it. Let me do a quick search. Oh man. I'm just glad it's working now. That was annoying. Whew. Well, putting a new one won't be that too big of a deal. No, I haven't heard of that one. I'll have to ask him about it. Oy. I was using this one. Yeah. Now this is not a fully charged LiPo, so I'll have to charge it tomorrow to get a full test, but I figure I do a little mini test today. This may not have been the LiPo I was using. I was using a smaller one. Luckily, the Ultra 2 has a very... It's a deep battery tray. Not so much as wide, but very deep. I definitely need to do that. I guess I should put all the screws back in, huh? Probably be a smart idea. Oy. Stock motors, stock wheels. That's what it's designed for. So nothing special. Ooh, I did not shave off enough. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to have to go back in and cut more off to make space for the Mega Dart. Oof, that's annoying. All these. So it's still not quite there, but I'm getting close. You see how it doesn't quite have enough clearance here to get around to there? So I got to cut away a little bit more. But I might be able to at least trim it to get some testing done. Am I singing? I sing and whistle when I'm not paying attention. It's something that my old coworkers used to tell me I would do without paying attention. I have no idea what I'm actually singing. So you'll have to forgive me for that. Oh, actually, I just realized there's a much easier way to do this because this piece is separate. Yeah, you really have to cut off a lot of this. Like, there's barely any plastic actually holding onto that top section. Because you have to make space for all the Mega Darts. So hopefully that's enough to at least rotate around. I think I'm just tired. Right, so let's see if I can get to rotate. Okay. Oof. Right, so not quite around. Okay, so I should be able to at least do some of these. Because by the time they go through, they'll be out of the way. Alright. Try this again. So basically, any kind of friction will cause the cylinder not to rotate all the way. So I definitely have to do a lot more cleaning along here. Yes, my Mark III finished printing. So a little bit more cleaning probably would be good. And then I gotta cut the other side too. Which I might just do with the Dremel to make it easy. And then clean it up afterwards. Alright. Gonna turn down the mic again. Okay. Should be back to normal, I think. It might be a little bit too loud. And now I just gotta clean it up a little bit. Yeah. definitely a lot more work goes into it than I thought there would be. Between all the cutting. Like, I knew there was going to be cutting, but, like, I didn't realize it was going to be that, fine-tuned. And again, my battery is not charged all the way, so it probably doesn't quite have enough power to pull the mega darts out. Oh, yeah, still not enough. Wow. Yeah, still not quite enough. It's still hitting too high. Because it's going to... Interesting. Yeah, that's got to cut really high. Wow. That is interesting. Like, pretty much right to the edge of where that line is where it needs to be cut. Wow. Or else it catches on the mega darts. That is fascinating. Let's see if that's any better. Oh, the print. I mean, you probably wouldn't be able to tell what it is by looking at it, but it's part of the flintlock pistol. He put out a rival version recently, and I'd been wanting to do it for a while, but like now it's. See, it works fine when it doesn't have any mega darts in it. Oy. That's so interesting. Oy. Whoop. Yeah, it definitely needs more juice than what I'm giving it right now, for sure. Whew. Either that or it just really doesn't like normal megas. Oy. Might have to smooth out the barrels a little bit more too. Make them a little less friction-y, I guess. Because it's not... I'll have to try it with fresh batteries and see how that goes. I might do that testing tomorrow. See how it goes from there. Oof, that's an ugly piece. Okay, let's grab it. Also, sand some here. Again, I can always just take this small piece off. I mean, it rotates fine now. That's the nice thing. Even when I'm not revving the flywheels. What's causing problems now is it's not, sometimes the mega darts will bend instead of going into the flywheels. So, but that could be an issue with like old megas, so I don't know if that's an issue. But I'll do some testing tomorrow. Hopefully I can still get the video done if it works well enough, but we will see. Yeah, because the mechanism is finally ready, because I think the lubrication finally worked its way well enough into where it was no longer causing problems. Every now and again it will cause problems, but again, the reason it's not rotating is because the mega dart's slowing it down to where it can't rotate properly. So, which would be an issue of the internal barrels not being smooth enough, which would be that problem. I'm just smoothing this piece out just so if it rubs against the mega dart, it's a little bit more of an angled piece. Like, really, I'm wondering if the, like, I don't know. I'm not sure what it needs. As of right now, I think it might just need a fully charged LiPo. That'll probably help. Or maybe a 3S. It's currently on a 2S. I could try a 3S, see what happens. But again, it's not fully charged. So I'll try a non-fully charged 3S. I don't know. Do I have pieces of plastic in my beard? I get stuff in my beard all the time. It's a common thing with me. So 3S doesn't quite fit because of those. Let's see if I can put it in the other way, see if that makes a difference. Alright, so it doesn't really fit because it's a little fat. See if that changes anything. So it definitely doesn't like old Mega Darts because they just fold in. So instead of the pusher pushing, they're just kind of collapsing. It's the same issue you have with the Mega Burn. So it is. I mean, they're running off of a 3S, an undercharged 3S, so they're stock wheels. I mean, I'm sure they're not great. So I'll have to see if I can find fresh Mega Darts for it tomorrow. I mean, it'll rotate fine, almost always. So I'm not sure what else I can do to make it better. Yeah, so without any Mega Darts in it, I'll also try again tomorrow. See if I can get Mega Darts to come more smoothly out of it. Try that. Of course, charge the motor. Whew! 4 hours and 47 minutes. Alright. Well, I think as far as tonight goes, I think it went pretty well. I hope you all enjoyed the build stream. Thank you all for joining me. Appreciated having you all here. Hope you all enjoyed the show. I've got some fine-tuning to do tomorrow morning before I get into the testing. Yeah, that's going to be the one thing. I'm going to be trying to sand out these barrels some because they're not, that's the thing, they're not tight. Oh, grab this. Oh, yeah. Like, they're not tight. They're really not. There we go. They're not tight. Like, they're actually fairly loose. Anyways, it's been a fun night. I enjoyed you all coming. Hopefully, I can do this again continually throughout the weeks. We'll have to see how they go. Depends on what I'm doing. Next week, hopefully, I'll be working on Night Foam's XC Blaster. Hopefully, also I'll be working on the Reflex 6. Hopefully. Maybe, the big maybe, I might be working on the rail cleaner and the Pretty Fly dual stage flywheel blaster. Oh boy. Yep, I'm tired. Been a long day. I'm gonna go get some food and probably watch the Captain Xavier video that came out today. So thank you all for watching. I've been Boomstick. And I'm out.